Hello. Hello. Oh, come here. Oh, say hello. Say hello. Hi, buddy. Yes. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Kyelee decided to join us for a bit. She heard this was a furry friends session, so yes, yes. Hello, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. All the hellos all around. What's everyone up to today? Or reading or being productive or whatever that may be. Oh, okay, puppy, don't pull my shirt off on live stream. That would be bad. Oh goodness, things are moving. Hello. Back to hellos. Nat is on her way. Good. We like a Nat appearance too. Hello. Thank you, Glenda. Thank you. Reading The Rise and the Fall of Eva Arcana by Jennifer Banish. Loosely based on interesting. Oh, Lady Gaga and Lily Morgana. Interesting. I have not heard of that one, but I hope you are enjoying. Yay for recovery. I'm glad you're feeling less sick. Anna passed away in 2008. So, slightly historical fiction, but I hope you're enjoying the story. Yes. And reading All Were Promised by Ashton Lattimore, historical fiction novel, takes place in 1837 Philadelphia. Nice. I hope you are enjoying, or that you will be enjoying. I've been on a bit of a historical fiction's not working for me kick lately, but I do like finding historical fiction that's set in like different time periods that I haven't read. 1837 would definitely qualify. I had to actually leave the house because I have really weird shaped and wattage light bulbs in my bathroom that aren't working currently, and I had to drive all the way across town to go find them, and drove past like 3 or 4 different stores of the same type of store on the way there to go get them. And then I walk in and they try to hand me something that's like this big. I said, "Here's your order." I said, "No, I need I had purchased a box of 34-foot long light bulbs." I said, "Something's wrong here." So it was interesting. But I did get my light bulbs. They are still in the garage. They have not been installed. I could only do so much adulting at one point this afternoon. Oh, I've got Kyelee fur all over my face now. She had a bath last night and now she's shedding like crazy. Reading House. Whoa, that's not the way you pronounce house. House in the Cerulean Sea. Looking at books to see what else I can get rid of. You are on a cleaning out streak. You are. Yeah, they did figure it out quickly. I will give them credit, but I walked up. It was my first time doing the like order ahead because, since these were weirdly shaped, I didn't want to have to go looking for them through the entire store. Yay, nuts. Oh, good. I hope you guys all loved that one. I did. On TBR. Yay, Nikki. I am going to be reading second half of Ruin Road. If I can hold that right. It's a very bizarre cover. It's been a very slow start. It's a lot of setup, but it's started to get into the weird kind of horror elements of it. So I'm hoping it picks up from here. And I've got a theme going with this one. So I'm hoping that I wind up liking it. I have 2 shelves that have 4+ shelves worth of books. I can relate. The fact that I'm staring this way and not seeing a single bookshelf, but enough books to fit on a bookshelf. Definitely can relate. Yeah, I was in process of considering buying some bookshelves for downstairs when Kylie had to go to the emergency room, and that took all the bookshelf money and more. So eventually, I will get more shelves. One of your favorite? Okay, so it's a reread. Reread for you. Wow, I really am not talking like a human today. Anyhow, buddy. Okay. Um, the cover. Yes, it's I'm not quite sure what the eyeball on this one has to do with the story itself per se, but it's definitely a striking cover. And the cover is what's leading into the theme for the particular vlog, which you probably could make some guesses at. And I made some cupcakes this morning to go with the theme of the vlog, so I'm excited for that too. So we'll see how the footage of me trying to film myself making those this morning works. Yes. Go book shopping at Nat's house. Oops, clicking the wrong things. Unhaul 3 books at the free library stand. Unhauled 45 books earlier this summer. I did a round last weekend when I think last weekend, 2 weekends ago. Time has lost all meaning to me. I did a trip around my friend's neighborhood because she's got a ton of little free libraries in her neighborhood and mine has none. So when I go over there, I unhaul an entire trunk load worth of books at the little free libraries. A lot of my books will go to Pengo or to a used bookstore, but then sometimes the ones that don't have barcodes on them, they won't take, or if they're not quite in sellable condition. Those, I make the rounds. Yes, cupcakes are good. I'm trying to make myself not eat them all. But yes, I had fun playing with them. 45, yes. 45 is very impressive. Yes, I enjoyed the Lamar Giles wrote The Getaway, which was last year. Was that his first? I don't even know. Probably not. Nope, he's had others. So that The Getaway is the one that I have read. That I did enjoy that one last year. So this one started a little bit slower, but there's a lot of setup to it. So I think that's why. And oh goodness, and now I've dropped it. Kylie's looking at me. Why would you throw your book? Yes. Okay, so you don't have to book shop at Nat's house. You just have to book shop at Nat's car. Yeah, it wouldn't be easy to let that many go at once. I try each month. Last year I was really good. I unhauled more, barely, but more than I hauled. And I actually managed that by the end of last year to still come out ahead. So I wound up with less books at the end of the year. It didn't happen this year. Even all the historical fiction on my shelf, and I'm not in the mood to read any of it. None of it is calling to me right now. But I know eventually I will get back in the mood for historical fiction. And that will make me sad if I've unhauled the ones that I have. I'm struggling, but that's okay. But I made iced coffee so I can stay awake and get some reading done. If I keep them in the house, tempted to reconsider. Smart. This is why a lot of books wind up living in the trunk of my car. Generally, the ones in the trunk of my car are ones I've given to other people to read and they've given back to me. I don't just throw them in there, but yeah. Bought 4 new books so far, and I'm on a book buying ban until Halloween. I did better this month at not buying books aside from my subscription boxes. I picked up a couple things on Pengo, but I use Pengo bucks to pay for them. So I don't feel like that really counts as me being bad. But I do have a lot that were sent to me or from subscription boxes or things I had pre-ordered way back when that I kind of forgot I'd pre-ordered. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. All right. I did not plan ahead and, well, I slightly planned ahead to get my timer up to go with our furry friends sprints. but I failed to actually add it to StreamYard. There we go. There it is. Done good this month with not buying books and only a couple pre-orders from when there was a sale from Barnes and Noble. Yeah, those Barnes and Noble sales are dangerous. I went back and canceled a few again because Kyelee decided to make a really expensive trip to the emergency room, which wound up fine. She's fine. It just was a really expensive day of ruling out anything being seriously wrong. But like I had to cut a few corners there for a little bit, get that paid off. What do we feel about time? This one we can do anything from 0 minutes. Well, 0 minutes would be a little silly to an hour, 45, 30. What are people feeling? Because I'm very flexible. I just plan to sit here and read for a while. This was in fact inspired. Okay. Nat says 1 hour. We can start off with that. It was, in fact, inspired while we were sitting on sprints at one point with Mel. And the concept of Grandma Mel came up, and I thought, I wonder if I could get a timer built around this. I really wanted to find a rocking chair. But I couldn't find an animated rocking chair that I didn't have to pay for, so okay, I've got hour, 45 or hour and 45. So let's start with an hour because that's what the timer's currently on, and then we can maybe follow up with a 45, and then we get a little bit of both worlds if that works. Let me figure this out. Okay, and I was a little unprepared here. Okay, see you in 59:57. Hello again. I managed about 50 pages in Ruin Road and went down and got myself a bagel and put away the bagels that I purchased today while I was out and about. That was my reward for going out and doing things that required adulting, like buying light bulbs and getting dressed and having to leave the house. Read 70 pages that sprint. Now outside with the puppy. It is hot outside here. Just walking across the parking lot dissuaded me from actually going outside again. But time with puppy, we do appreciate time with puppy. Oh, hold on. I can see that somehow I changed things on my other tab. That was not intended. Apparently, I'm pushing buttons I don't mean to push. 48% in the 7-year slip. I hope you're enjoying that one. I very much enjoyed that one. I was enjoying this one more now that we're kind of past the halfway and we're getting into some of the creepy and disturbing moments. There definitely have been a couple very disturbing body horror type moments in here. So it's going better for me. 16% of my book and love it so far. Yay! Reorganize the majority of your bookshelves. Have a possible 11 books to get rid of. That's a very productive sprint, Nat. I'm impressed. Yeah, it's pretty uncomfortable here too, but she needs some energy out. Yeah, puppies be like that. Kyelee had a bath yesterday, and that tends to tire her out quite a bit, and then she always runs around a lot right after a bath, so that also helped. Why are there 3 flies? I read files. I'm like, I don't know why you have 3 files. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the flies. We get the fruit flies in particular, not as many of the like big ones inside the house, but Kylie's freaked out by big flies. I think it's the ones that buzz and you can hear them flying around. Those freak her out. 15% into second book of the day. That is impressive. Need Theo to get rid of the flies. Yes. Theo is a creative and entertaining fly hunter. That being Cassidy's cat. Yes. I don't like having files in my house because it usually means I had to bring work home. But yeah, okay, at least I'm not alone. I also always bring my glasses so I can see the comments better, and then I always forget to put them on, which doesn't help matters. Yeah. Make Theo earn his keep. Yes, the buzzing ones are really annoying, and they do occasionally. They definitely like my patio because Kylie's out there and leaves messes out there. They like occasionally, and my sliding door that between the patio and the kitchen doesn't have a perfect seal on it because of the dog door, so we do get them inside on occasion, but she will run away into the house when they're buzzing around outside too much. Vacuum's good. I've used a shop vac for the fruit flies before in the kitchen, and it helps a little bit, but only the dumb ones. We had our first sprint. Yes. Oh, I see. In the first sprint. Got it. Next sprint. See, I just kind of read past that part. The files are indeed distracting. Kyelee, what you doing? I had to give her a bath yesterday, and she really enjoys that. She's not too bad about it. She eventually kind of gives in, but we didn't really have proper lighting, and part of the reason I was giving her a bath is ever since she went into the emergency, she came back with fleas, I think just because she was exposed to a lot of other animals. And so I was trying to give her a bath to make sure she didn't have any more fleas before, and then I'm going to give her flea medicine. But the not having any light bulbs working in the bathroom really made it hard to see itty bitty little fleas on her. So we're hoping. Going to make tea. Tea sounds good. My iced coffee is hitting the spot. I did get myself some actual water though, because this is my third coffee of the day. I really need to stop. It's already 3 p.m. Flies with little briefcase full of files. Yes. That is now what I'm thinking of too. And I like it. I like the concept. Oops, I skipped, but that's okay. While I was reorganizing, some dust jackets of my books have slashes in them. Either I never noticed before or I'm in a reader horror story. Maybe you did already borrow Cassidy's cats and they came through and slashed your books up. They do have those kitten claws. Difficult with poor lighting. Yes. Yeah. I just kind of soaked her. And quite frankly, I'm just heartbroken because they stopped making her puppy shampoo that I really enjoyed. Because it left her smelling like baby powder, and that made me sad. We're still trying to find a new scent for her. It does sound, yes. See, those would be entertaining flies as opposed to annoying ones. Now there's, oh no. I know they multiply quickly, but that's a bit much. Like deep slashes or scratches from your nails. They have a business meeting. Got to go over those files. Like someone took an X-Acto knife and slashed a straight line in them. Like a straight line on a single cover or a straight line across multiple covers, which sounds like the straight line on a single cover makes sense. Like if somebody's opening a box wrong and you didn't notice it when you put it on the shelf somehow. If it's multiple ones, then I feel like you have a slasher person in your house walking around and clawing your books as they go. That one's a little more creepy. Or a ghost with like Edward Scissorhand fingers. That could do it too. Do you sleepwalk? Trying to do an art project in your sleep. They are hanging out where the spiders are, so maybe are in peace talks. Now, if the spiders could make a web and catch them for you, and then you only have to worry about the spiders, you'd be ahead. There are 2 of them, and they were on different shelves. Someone's been messing with you. Now I feel like I need like a fly with a briefcase timer just to, capitalize on this discussion. Clowns versus spiders in real life. Are they clown flies? I know there's clown fish. Well, I don't know about clown flies. Oh, that's hard to say. But yes. Maybe the battle of clown flies versus spiders has gotten violent and your slashed books were just collateral damage. Could be. They just didn't notice. Yeah. I've definitely had books show up at my door where someone obviously got overzealous in opening the box of books and slashed something that was on the top layer before, which is sad, but understandable. Flies versus spiders. It's like, I'm picturing, what am I picturing? My brain just went totally blank, but gang wars, basically, but musical format. What's the musical I'm thinking of? West Side Story, that's the one. Flies would lose. Yeah. None of the books were special edition, so that is good. West Side Story, yes, yes, yes. I'm like, I had it in my head and then it went away. Which is, not uncommon on a Sunday afternoon. I've lost complete track of time. Also just realized that my laptop is not charging, which means somewhere I've disconnected the power cord. But that's okay. Sharks versus the Jets. Yes, yes. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Are you reading your eyeball book yet? I'm reading my eyeball book currently. Jeff Goldblum as the lead in Fly West Side, of course. Yes. I tune in, I'm here for probably a bad movie, but a good time. Jerry. Of course. Nat. Neighbor dogs are out barking. Just started the eyeball book. Already gross. Well, I strongly hinted at an eyeball theme for a vlog coming up, so the eyeball book will be on my September list. I'm at that weird time of the month in August where I have so many books I really, really want to pick up, but they're worth something for Magical Readathon, so I need to not start them yet. So, hello, Stisha. Oh, Jeff Goldblum singing "When You're a Fly" to the tune of "When You're a Jet." Oh, see that this musical needs to happen now. I'm going to be really sad when I can't tune into it. I am. Yeah. Kylie's saying she's hot. She's smiling at me, but that usually means she's hot. I think it's about time for us to figure out why my computer is not charging and also turn on the AC probably. Ridiculous amount of library books waiting for Libby holds. Yeah. It's always hard at the end of the month. I've got too many things to read, but plans for the future. I was excited to pick up a book, but then I had to let Kyelee do a book pick for me for my non-reader picks a book prompt. And she wound up picking the one that I was planning to pick up last night. So I now have to wait for that one to come in September. But I have started on a few of my next arc attack, so I can at least get a couple of those out of the way. Because my September TBR is not reasonable. There's not a way I could possibly get to all the books that I currently want to. It's just not physically possible. I know I read a lot, but yeah, I am trying to overdo it. Yes, spooky season needs to be here already. I would really like it if we could have spooky season and fall temperatures, but summer, it being light out late. The family across the street from me was having a party last night and they had a bounce house in front, and oh my goodness, the bounce house, those kids were screaming. Like, I thought somebody was dying. It was that level of screaming outside. So I got chased out of the house to go buy cupcake supplies. That was my excuse, was to get away from the screaming. And it was still like sunset was not quite all the way over at 8 o'clock last night, and I will miss that. But I'm very ready for spooky season. Yes, all the points for opera singers, which is the Phantom of the Opera Magical Readathon, if anyone isn't aware. And I will be, or not Magical Readathon, I got that mixed up. Phantom of the Opera Romance Readathon. I'm also doing the Magical Readathon. So my brain's confused. I do have a couple of books that have romantic subplots, I think. And I do have definitely some gothic books. So I'm thinking I might have a few more points for that than I expected. But I definitely have a lot of page count goals to contribute to the opera singers. Spooky season is all year for me in reality. It's just I want the weather to match. I've been finding it easier to get into horror recently for some reason, and thrillers and stuff. I want to get into fantasy, but then I just haven't been picking as much of it up for whatever reason. Oh, I agree with that. Need the weather, but the daylight. Yeah. Yes. It being dark by the time I get home from work is just always a bummer when we get to that point. Oh, spider got one of the flies a peace dogs are feeling. Hostage situation. I'm guessing that that fly is not going to make it out alive. It's quite the dramatic happenings over at Nat's place. Okay. I think it's time for a sprint. That seems like a good choice. Do we want to do 45 this time, or do people have other preferences? Fall temps back at a couple of high 60s, low 70s, and now back to high 80s. Oh, 60s and 70s sound so good. It's been nice that it's cooling off in the evening and first thing in the morning again. We had one weekend in particular where even like at 9 a.m. it was already too hot to be sitting outside in the shade. So I'm glad to have my mornings and evenings of being able to sit out outside, but just standing in a parking lot in full sun, it was hot today. I don't want to go outside. Either's fine. Yeah, it's so hot already. I think we're supposed to be cooler this week than it was last week, I think. Like right now it's only 79, and it's 3:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, we're supposed to be more so high of 80, 81 and high 70s this week. So that's nice. And the humidity is dropping, which is also nice. The humidity, I think, was what was causing the biggest problems. Yeah, that sounds really good. 50. I'm ready for cooler temperatures. Dinner sprints, I wouldn't mind a longer run. Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and do, well, the timer's set up for 59:59, so we can do that again. Yeah. The sleeping in the heat is the problem. It being cooler at night means at least there's been a little bit of chance that I can sleep better, but my sleep hasn't been good the last few nights. So yeah, the AC, I usually try to turn the AC on for like an hour or two and like blast it before I go to sleep, so that, and put it on a timer so it's not running all night because it gets really expensive. But it's been needed. It has been needed. All right, let's go ahead. Enjoy your dinner, Nikki, and enjoy reading, everyone, or whatever you may be up to. your fly versus spider drama watching. Not even there yet. I have to make an igloo in my house. I have a personal fan. Yeah, I have a cool mist humidifier thing right over my head. I've got a fan that blows directly on me, and then I have a window AC unit right behind the fan. So I have a combination of things I try to make use of. All right, let's go ahead and do some reading and see you back in a while. Hello again. Let's see. We had an update. Oh, that's the wrong one. An update from Nat that the spiders have defeated the flies. And a suggestion that the spiders could be left to live for at least a little while to enjoy their last meal. You gonna leave me? No, you're just gonna give everyone your back? Okay. And we had a hello. Welcome in. Didn't get much reading in. Well, I mean, when you've got drama like spiders versus flies in your own home, how can you possibly read? 63 pages left. Not loving the book as much as you thought. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. But you're almost done, so that's exciting. Hello. Finally finished Look in the Mirror and loved it. Yay for being out of a slump. That's good. Put my glasses on again. And 62 pages and the eyes are the best part. Kind of bored. Oh no. Nothing happening yet. That's not a good sign. Hello, Andrea. And got to page 129. Ate dinner. Hope you had a good dinner. More hellos. Defeating the reading slump is a big accomplishment and a big relief, definitely. Hellos. I think I'm not connecting to the characters. It's been a while since I read it because I read it right before it came out, so I don't remember super well. I enjoyed it. I don't think it was my favorite of hers, though. Hello. Thank you. Ooh, I want to get to the husbands. That's on my list to definitely get to, hopefully soon. Read that yesterday also. Did you like it more than Sherry did? That's a question. 7 Year Slip. Yes. Eyeball-phobia. That's a book I will never read. Yeah, I probably shouldn't show you the cover of the book that I'm currently reading. There actually aren't any eyeballs really prominent in the story per se, but they're definitely on the cover. Yeah. Aw, hi, Matt. You're flying, but does that bode well for me? Well, hopefully you enjoy it more. Eyeball descriptions are pretty gross, Andrea. Well, I guess I will find out soon. I'm at. What was the other one I just picked up? I've got that one. Andrea, look away. I also picked this one up because I needed a book by Sarah Kyelee for Magical Readathon. So I've also got more eyeballs. Okay, eyeballs are gone. Yum eyeballs. I think you'll like it more than me. Well, hopefully. And hopefully your next read is a win. Shower next sprint, so I don't have to do it later. That is an excellent plan. 5-Star Stranger. I've heard, I think, pretty good things about that one. So hopefully you will enjoy that. 3.5 rounded to 4. Yeah. Definitely see why she's bored. Felt very mundane for a while. Okay. I will go in with tempered expectations. I think I will be probably getting to that relatively early September, but I'm not sure. Yeah. I think my Sarah Kyelee one, look, there's no eyeball on it. I think they're eating more than just eyeballs. I mean, there's a finger too. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting vlog for me to read. But it did give me an excuse to make creative cupcakes. So those are definitely tastier than eyeballs. A lot of eyeball consumption. Well, for those of us doing the spooky season challenge, cannibalism taken care of right there. That's not something I necessarily always have a list of. These are cannibal books that I'm going to get to soon. So it's nice that one takes care of that particular prompt for us. Yeah. I chased you away. I chased you away. FS. Oh, 5-star stranger had a ridiculously low. Wow, that is a very low Goodreads rating for a new one. I previewed the first chapter. Really intrigued you, so I'm going to try it. Kyelee, I don't need to flash at anyone on the internet, please. Thank you. Huh. That's not really a experience I'm looking to have. A pig better than human. I mean, I do like other parts of pigs. I did have bacon this weekend. That was a highlight of my weekend dining. What was I going to look at? 5-star stranger. If Goodreads decides to work. Oh, goodness. And I don't drop my phone. She's trying to make your sprints R-rated. Yeah, seriously. She has a habit. It really is a low rating on Goodreads. Yeah, people that I follow have given it mixed ratings. I know one of my good friends read it and gave it 4 stars. And she did say it got heavier than she expected from the synopsis. So that could also play into it. So I know a lot of the time you go in expecting light and fluffy. That maybe you don't get light and fluffy can make things more complicated. Yeah, I no, thank you. I looked for like eyeball gummies because those are disturbing looking, but in theory good. And instead I'm going with cupcakes, which are tasty and still disturbing looking. Bacon, highlight of any day. Agreed. Texture wasn't great. Flavor was good, but not texture, or just all around no. Agreed. Bacon. We are a pro bacon household here. This one very much agrees. Doesn't like how much bacon you'll eat. Well, I mean, it's not the healthiest of substances, but it's just so good. It's just so good. Yeah. Most things are better deep fried, quite frankly, but even then, probably no. Probably a no. I could tell it's more lit fic contemporary. No way expecting rom-com, which it seems like some people were like, yeah, I think like I could see like the cover and the title. I haven't even read the synopsis apart from what my friend said about it, so I don't know. But I could see if you were just going based on cover, like it could be it could be misconstrued as being more light. I think there have been a lot of illustrated covers that look cute when they're really not a cute story on the inside. If it wasn't for your husband, you'd be eating healthier. I go through phases where I'm all about eating healthier, and then I had to make cupcakes for a vlog today, so not so much. Yum, bacon. Yeah, we'll leave the eyeball talk behind. See, there's worse things than having chats about meatloaf. There are worse things to discuss eating. Yeah, philosophy on food is YOLO. Eat what makes you happy until your doctor or your body tell you not to. Yeah. I tend to go with the whole everything in moderation is okay. As long as I'm having some healthier things, I can also partake in the things that I'm really not supposed to be eating. Let me live how my heart desires. Yes. Yeah. Because if you hate life, I mean, to follow everything that they give you as the low fat, low sugar, low this, low that, there's very little left. There really is. I had to put Kyelee. There was a chance that we thought she had pancreatitis, and that was the test that it took us a whole month to get back. And if you have that, you can't process fat. Like my dog growing up, at some point, she couldn't eat anything aside from like rice and boiled meat to like boil off all the fat because she couldn't process fats. And so I had to put Kyelee on that for like a month because I was trying to be proactive, thinking that we were going to have to do that permanently. And thankfully, the test came back normal. She doesn't have that. But it was hard even just to get to that for a dog, much less what I actually had to eat. All of that is low on life. Yes. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta splurge. That's my other philosophy. I need to find the healthy balance. The healthy balance to splurging and not splurging too much. Yeah. Very glad. I mean, it's good to kind of reconsider what she's eating and not give her quite as many scraps and all of that stuff just to be safe. But she needs to splurge occasionally too. Doctor told me I should be deceased to say it's not necessary to limit what I eat as long as I feel good and everything checks out. That's a good doctor philosophy. I agree. Because at some point, there has to be quality of life as well as health of life. Plus, I mean, you eat all this stuff with all the preservatives in it. Shouldn't some of that like rub off and preserve us too? Seems reasonable. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Does your doctor know Mountain Dew is your water? See, I kind of think Mountain Dew's got to have some hefty preservatives in it to, keep us young. I had to do an elimination diet to try to figure out if GI issues were causing chronic pain flare-ups to be worse. Basically, all I could eat was chicken and veggies, fruit, not at all. Oh, yeah. That would get rough. I like chicken. I like veggies. I like fruit. But when that's all you can have, then it's the absolute last thing you want to have. Very food driven. Definitely live to eat instead of eating to live situation. Yeah, I can relate. Let you add in rice early because of losing weight. Yeah. Yeah, I am supposed to be cutting back on my sugars and carbs and stuff, and I do in some cases. I did like 6 months of really being strict about it, and then I went off it and kind of swung the opposite direction, and now I need to find the in between. Could eat fish, but I don't like fish, so it's basically just chicken. Yeah, when my mother was diagnosed with diabetes, she gave up wine, which she only drank once or twice a year. Like, she had to give up a certain number of things, and she picked all the things she didn't really like anyway. Like, that's not exactly how it works. Mountain Dew has some vitamins. There you go. Health food. Health food right there. Told you to stop drinking garbage. Well, I can't listen to that. No. Dr. Pepper is blasphemy. Blasphemy. I have never been a fan of soda. I drank Diet Dr. Pepper for years. I drank Squirt in summer because when it was really, really hot, that would work. But generally speaking, the only soda I really like is root beer. If I have pizza, I really want root beer with pizza in particular. That was like my summer thing. Whenever we'd go swimming, it would be pizza and root beer. And now those food slash drink combo is just the way to do it in my head. Yeah, exactly. Creative. It's like me giving up soda. Not that hard when I really don't drink soda. Diet Coke. Diet Coke is like my family's drink of choice, and I never liked Coke of any variety or Pepsi or any of those. And that's always how my family would know I was really, really sick. When I had a bad enough headache, I was willing to drink Coke in order to take a headache pill. They knew to take it seriously. Because I grew up in the days where, like, when you were at Disneyland, they didn't sell water. You had to find one of the, like, 3 water fountains in the whole park. And I wouldn't drink anything but water. And they didn't really do, like, fill up a bottle and carry it around with you stuff back then either. It was sad days, sad days. Dr. Pepper is better. I haven't had a Dr. Pepper in so long. I never really got into Mountain Dew, so I can't really weigh in on that either. Nat drinks the Dr. Pepper. Nikki's on your team. Well, Sherry's just gonna keep all the Mountain Dew to herself. That kind of probably works out pretty well for her. So. Puppy's nibbling something over there. Don't know what she's got. Nothing new. Oh, she's just got a bag. That's okay. Drinking Mountain Dew since I was 14. Tried to stop multiple times. Get really bad migraines. Tried switching to different pop. Didn't work either. I mean, there's worse things you could be addicted to. That's the way I think about it. Definitely. Yeah. Makes sense. Coffee is definitely my main addiction because that, if I skip, I can't function. I get a headache. And life is not good. Dad is disappointed in soda of choice. Mountain Dew drinker. I just stick with water. I'm easy. When it comes to family dinners, then that's easy. I'll have a beer with my dad because my dad likes to have someone to drink with. So that's about it. Caffeine withdrawals, not being able to take it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a friend do it, primarily go off the coffee, primarily because she was pregnant at the time. So, I mean, it made sense. It was a good timing to go through it, but it was rough. And then she decided not to start again just for that purpose. It was so hard to get off it the first time. She just wanted to stay off. But coffee's my comfort beverage and my I need to be awake beverage. So I told my doctor I could be addicted to illegal substances instead. Yeah, I say that when I say I'm addicted to buying books, addicted to chocolate, addicted to coffee. There's much worse things. Brother-in-law loves Mountain Dew. That's nice. Yeah, my dad's my local resident handyman, and the usually having a beer in the fridge is easy payment. Caffeine does keep me awake when I don't want it to. It doesn't necessarily keep me awake if I want it to. Did that come out right? I think so. Like, it helps. Like, the fact that I had an iced coffee when we started these sprints did perk me up a bit. But the if I'm really, really tired, it won't combat the need for sleep. It'll just keep me awake if I drink it too late in the day and I want to sleep. I have to be careful to cut myself off at a reasonable hour. Tried not to start drinking it again, but Dr. Pepper is comfort beverage. When I'm stressed, that's what I crave. Yes. I, yeah, that's my coffee for me. I drink Dr. Pepper, Monster, whatever, still sleep fine. Makes me sleepy, if anything. Yeah, I do know some people, it definitely works that way. Um, yeah, well, it's always been confusing to me that when you have certain things like ADD and ADHD, that you take stimulants to calm down. Like the whole dichotomy of that just confuses me a little bit. It does nothing for me for as far as wakefulness. I do think it helps you focus. Gotcha. I can see that. But for me, first thing in the morning, if I have time to drink my coffee and sit and read, and that just sets my day off on the right track. I think I have ADHD, but I haven't been officially diagnosed. I sometimes wonder if I was if I was much younger, what I would have been diagnosed with. Because way back when, we didn't really think about such things. Definitely some of my anxiety issues, I think, could have been more addressed if it was a different world back then. It is such an odd concept. I mean, fantastic that it works. It's also, I had a teacher in school, and she swore by the fact that chocolate caused migraines. And for me, if I've got a migraine, chocolate helps. And I think and when you take migraine pills, a lot of times they have caffeine in it. So I think the chocolate is feeding that same thing. But it depends on what, your personal triggers are, can be very different too. Son has ADHD, and I've let him drink Mountain Dew for years now. Yeah. I mean, everyone's different. People have such unique body chemistry and brains and everything else in terms of what the what the world has going on for them. It makes sense that everything impacts us a little bit differently. All right. I have, how much do I have? 50 pages, 60 pages, 70 pages, something like that. If I stopped letting Kyelee distract me, I would have finished it by now. But I am probably ready for another sprint. Any preferences? Do we want another hour? Does anyone have any other ideas or preferences or anything? Just looking to see if any comments come through. Everyone got quiet all at once. 45. Okay. I'm good with that. There we go. Let me find it. Okay. Let's do 45, and I will see you back here in a bit. Welcome back. Let's see. Kids in bed, finished book, debating rating. Heartless because you see why people cry over this book. Not you. I don't remember crying over it. I don't think that one particularly made me emotional, but I did read it quite a while back, so I couldn't swear to it. Yeah. Heartless Tamara seems on brand. Pretty much. Hopefully Nat will like it more. You know, we can hope that Nat cries. I was expecting to feel something and I didn't. That's on me, not the book's fault. Some books just hit different for different people. That's the way it goes. Ate dinner. Gotten to 40%. Good progress. Good progress. Still listening to House and Cerulean City, and definitely still, wow, still 5-star vibes. Yay! I'm glad you're loving it. House and Cerulean Sea is, yep. Happy sigh. Ah, yes, Chauncey. I did finish. Nope. What did I do with my book? There we go. I did finish Ruined Road, and I'm not sure how I felt about it. I think there was a lot of stuff that was done well, but I wouldn't go into this one expecting horror because it's there. It certainly is there. Definitely body horror, definitely some disturbing stuff, but those moments are very spread out, I would say, in the grand scheme of things. Got to page 175, House and Cerulean Sea. Just as obsessed with this one as the first time. Good. I like it. Rereads that hit the same are good. Started Wisdom of Crowds, hoping this last book is good. Yeah. I am now 48% into that one. I'm not loving it, but I'm not hating it. This is still my favorite trilogy, 100% compared to the rest of the books in First Law, but I'm not going to be sad to see First Law go, if I'm being honest. I am curious what everyone thinks at the live show next Sunday. Yeah, next Sunday. 120 pages into the eyeball book, feeling the same as before. Should DNF, but also I need something to listen to while doing paperwork at work tomorrow. Multitasking books are sometimes a good thing. Sometimes you want things to multitask to that you don't care that much about. It's always a fine line figuring out which books are good for multitasking that'll keep you at least listening enough, but also you can do other things. Find another audio. Also a good plan. Yeah. I do definitely save audiobooks for work days when I'm not 100% feeling them. I can't do it with fantasy like I wouldn't do it with First Law because I need to focus better on it, especially since, I have to be on a live show and talk about things. But I definitely have some of those. I think you're getting a lot of votes to move on, Sherry. Someone want to answer? Because I saw it going around in the Discords, but I couldn't, translate it. I think I missed something myself. Be a pal and define pal for us. I saw it being used, I don't know, in one of the Discords. I don't remember which one. Pull Alexi. There you go. Pull Alexi and DNF. That does make sense. But you do need the context of it. Is this something that Jonathan started, being that being that he's the one who mostly goes around saying Lexi always DNFs? It does. It does. Came up one day in sprints. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Obviously, I was not there at that moment. Oh my. Yeah. It just seems like a Jonathan-ism. That's a word. I'm pretty sure that's a real word. I'm trying to decide what I'm reading next. I started this one, The Second Husband, which I think is going to be kind of typical thrilleriness, but I have it on audio and I'm kind of in the mood to read physical eyeball. Not an eyeball book, but with my eyeballs. Mixture of Jonathan and Claire. Yeah, that combination could definitely, I could see being behind that. I think I'm going to call it a night and save the rest for work tomorrow. I still need to do kitten things. I only have 3 left now. Took 4 to their new homes today. An empty nester, and you only have 20 cats left. Maybe not 20, but you know. We really do kind of need a reference sheet. Like there was that spreadsheet going around with all of the buddy reads. We need another one for all the terms. But yes, good night to Sherry. Say hello to the kittens for us. Do people want another sprint? I'd be okay calling it here, or I'd also be okay with doing another one. So let me know what you're thinking. I'm very much good for agreeing with whatever. Kylie's over here on the floor sleeping. Apparently the AC's here, so she's sleeping here, which is not a shock. It's afternoon snoozy time. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock. I guess it's getting into evening snoozy time. So hello to Chippy and the twinsies for everyone. Yes. Your kitten days. Can do another. Up for whatever. Let's do maybe one more 45, and then that'll get me motivated to maybe start something and get enough into it. I'm gonna call it a night. You are very welcome. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you. So yeah, anyone who needs to leave, good night. I know it's Sunday. I actually took tomorrow off, so I am going to maybe sleep in a little tomorrow, maybe not. I don't know. I'm just taking a day off because work has been hectic lately, and so I wanted a day just for myself. Up for whatever. Okay. And going back to Zodiac. Well, I hope. Which Zodiac are you on? But I hope you're having fun with them. I'm assuming if you're continuing on that you're enjoying. I think I might pick up my Kindle. I don't actually know where my Paperwhite is at the moment. I need to find it. But I do have a few things that I need to pick up. Book 3. Nice. Keep updated with thoughts. I have heard that 3 is where people start to get more enjoyment out of it. I don't think it's a book for me, but I hope you're enjoying. Okay. So let's do one more 45 and we'll call this one a final. And I'll make myself read a little bit more. And if I get myself into a new book, that'll help me maybe continue on later on. 40% into and Blue Lion's House. I don't know what this is. Definitely not a Deb book. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me. I hear about them sometimes, and I'm like, there's some concepts there, but not the, bully romance part. uh, good, good. Chapter 7, having so much fun. Good news, good news. All right. I will see you guys in 45. Enjoy what you're definitely over leveled already, though. Okay. I'm lost, but this is not surprising to anyone. All right. Hello again. I started reading Grave Covenant by Tobias Youngblood. It's a book that did not make it into Spiffbo, and the author approached me about it, so I'm checking it out to see if I'm going to continue on, and so far I'm intrigued. We've got a shifter insect type creature, and then a guy who says he is under a curse. So I don't know. The first chapter was quite bloody and interesting and intriguing, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And I did caught up on the fact that we were talking about a video game earlier that went over my head. The whole chapter issue threw me off because, I started thinking book, but made it to page 213. Good job. More bug books. Yes, I did relate it to the fact that Rachel was talking about bug books in one of the discords. Bugs. More bugs. 34%, lots of sex. Yeah, this one started kind of with a sex scene, but not really. Our shifter insect person was watching two humans have sex and talking about it, but you didn't really see it on page. It was more about her talking about it because she's not human and she doesn't quite understand humans. Hello, Carly, our resident frog. And got out of class listening to Stephen King podcast on the way to the grocery store. Nice. You did finish it, right? I remember seeing that somewhere. I think I need to pick. I haven't read King in a while. Part of me is thinking the coastal prompt for the spooky season challenge makes me kind of want to pick up Duma Key again by Stephen King, because that's one of my favorites by him, but I didn't reread it that long ago, so I should probably pick up something different. Did indeed finish it and have recently read Firestarter and Bag of Bones. Ooh, Bag of Bones I enjoy a lot too. I always forget about that one, but then when I reread it, I remembered how much I enjoyed it. And yes, Duma Key is great. You don't hear about that one quite so much, but it's very atmospheric, I think. And I like that about it. I've read it, I think, just twice, maybe 3 times. I don't know. I've lost track of these things. But it is one of my favorites. Bag of Bones reminded me a lot of Duma Key. I feel like it's been too long since I read Bag of Bones to 100%, but I think I vaguely get the concept, if that makes sense. Yes, that's impressive because you were doing it all eyeball reading too, right? Because that is a long one. I enjoyed Duma Key too because I know a lot of the Florida places mentioned in it. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm not Florida, but coastal California is definitely not the same as Florida. But I feel like being near the beach, and when I was reading it the first time, I was definitely spending more time at the beach. And I think those kind of beachy horror, I feel like, is something we need more of. When I was looking for coastal horror for the Spooky Challenge, realized I read a whole bunch of it not that long ago. Not a whole bunch, but I read a few not that long ago. But then when I did my beach reads ones, because I did try to wrap some horror into that, but I don't have enough to pull from. And you need to find some more. Physically, I would read a couple chapters every once in a while between audiobooks. Will Nat read it? I don't know, Nat. Will you read it? Especially if Monica's going to do a read along. I do really like Stephen King books on audio. Nice. I just reread it not that long ago, but if it becomes a group read, I definitely will pick it up again because I do really enjoy that one. I think that and The Stand and Do My Key are some of my top ones. Bag of Bones sticks in my head. Lisey's Story sticks in my head. But those are the three big ones. Are the ones that definitely work well for me. Yeah, that would be a really long live show, but it would be fun to be doing some of the do like pieces of it live. Bag of Bones narrated by King himself. I don't mind him as a narrator, but I don't go out of my way to especially want to listen to the ones he narrates. I just think his books in general work really well on audio. There's something about it, the fact that I did a lot of his as commute books way back when I wasn't even doing that many audiobooks. They're just so easy to pick up and kind of remember where you left off and all of that. Live reaction. Yeah. Monica's the one in charge of planning. Up to her. Yes. We call off work. We did talk about splitting into 4 live shows throughout the month. That would be a lot of fun. I agree. Not heard good things about Lisey's Story, but I know it's King's favorite of his. I think it's one that I read too far back to remember 100% of details. I just remember really liking it at the time, but also I think I want to say it's different. Like, I don't know. So many people think of King as a horror writer, and he definitely is that, but he writes so many different things too that I feel like that one is one that maybe if you went into it wanting horror, maybe that's not the book you would want to pick up. But it's another one I need to revisit because for some reason it sticks in my head as one I really enjoyed, but I don't remember all the details of it. As much as I've been reading him my entire life and I only have a couple of his books left, I don't know why I don't just read them and then I can say I'm a King completionist, but it's not like I don't read his books. Heard there's a lot of lovey-dovey talk in it and that people hate. I could see it. I mean, as the not lovey-dovey reader, it didn't bother me at the time, but it's, again, been a while. Pretty sure I just passed 60 Kings read. Yeah, I've got Revival and then his new short story one. Well, it seems like you should join us for it then. And jump into a really big one. People talk about it's hard to catch up with Sanderson, but I think it would be harder to catch up with King because of the amount. Yeah, I've been reading it since well before I really should have because my dad read King and then my grandmother bought me some of them. And there's just so many of them. This is true. And some of them are really hard to find. I'm not positive I found all of the hard to find ones. Yeah, that's fair. King's not going to be for everyone either, but I really like the new short stories. It feels a lot like his older stuff. That's good to know. I've been wanting to get with it. Yeah, Carrie's a good place to start because it is short, which helps. I'm trying to think what other short. Gwendy's Button Box, that trilogy is not super horror-y, but it's also very short because it's 3 novellas. I enjoyed those. Trying to think. Yeah, King is just it hit or miss. Yeah, Eyes of the Dragon, not a favorite. It stuck with me for some reason. I forget. There was something, I was reading it with a friend at the time, but the title more so sticks with me, or the cover of it more so sticks with me than the actual book. Do any more readathons? Maybe I will do a king. Yeah. I don't know. His writing's not for everyone, but I grew up on him. The Girl Who Lived Tom Gordon. I do like that one. I do like that one too. Honestly, there aren't any kings that I've absolutely hated. There's definitely some. That is a short one. Or The Long Walk. My dad hates that one. He can't understand why I like it. And honestly, I don't think I liked it the first time around. I liked it the second time around. At one point a few years back, I decided I was going to reread all of King and read them in order and watch all the movies as I read them that went along with them. And then I got sidetracked by Betty Reads. But for a while I was doing them all in order. And a chapter was a paragraph long. The MC running upstairs made me so mad. Yeah, I haven't. That's one that I read a long time ago. Love The Long Walk. I do too, but I think again that's one that if you're in it maybe for horror, that's not gonna hit. I don't know. My dad feels like it's a waste of time, and I disagree. Yes, I do. They're doing the adaptation. I'm looking forward to that. Still need to read The Long Walk. Yes, I would recommend that one. I like it personally, and it's quick from what I remember. So that helps a lot too. I am looking forward to the adaptation for that. There's also been, King has been kind of hinting that there might be more coming from the Dark Tower. So I'm interested in that. He's been tweeting a lot about the Dark Tower series, and somebody said something. It's definitely a character forward story. The Long Walk is. So I'm very curious if he's going to write more with the Dark Tower and how that would work. Because the Dark Tower, I struggled with the Gunslinger the first time I read it. And then the second time I read it, I loved it. And then I read the full rest of the series and really enjoyed it overall. And more to do the adaptation. Yeah, because somebody said something. Somebody tweeted and said, it's really curious that King's been tweeting a lot about this. I wonder what it means. And then he responded and said, I feel called. So I'm really curious if he's got, because he did bring us that like book 3.5 at one point where he inserted something into the middle of it. I really wonder. Song of Susanna recently, so almost done with it. Yeah. I mean, not every book 100% landed for me, but the like full package of it, I really enjoyed just kind of the whole journey of it. Especially after I reread the first part, because I never had finished it originally, and then I got to it in kind of my read everything in order progression and really enjoyed it. I had the illustrated book for the first 3 or 4 that my grandmother had gifted me many, many, many years ago. And I don't even know if they made illustrated versions of the final books or not, but I enjoy those quite a lot. Really good, really good character study and stuff in there too, with the depth he got into with the different characters. Pick and choose which King books you're going to read. I think there are some like 10 or less I have on the list. Yeah, definitely. He's got too many, I think, for everyone to just want to do all of them. Because it is a large undertaking. Wow, can't talk. Nat, pick one. Yes. Would be good. Good to do. He's definitely an October type of read for me too. Maybe October will push me to finally pick up Revival, because it will work. Actually, I was thinking about it for the Southern prompt for the Spooky Challenge, because I think it is set somewhere south somewhat. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to pick a king book because so many of them also are such big commitments if it's not going to be the way to go. Yeah. I should try. Yes. Well, um I always encourage Do McKee because it's a lesser known one and a really good one. Revival is one of his that actually has a great ending. That's good to know. He's not known for writing the best endings. He's just not. He needs to cut things a little quicker. I think so. I really enjoyed that series. I think that one gets a lot of mixed reviews, but I did like it. And I really like the characters that kind of carry on from that series. So personally, I would recommend it. I think it is less horror, more mystery-y, even though it gets into some of the other stuff too. So, and they're not huge, which is also a plus. So it would be worth, I think, doing a taste test to see if that works. I want to say that they kind of, does Mr. Mercedes directly tie? Like, I feel like they're more standalones that tie together. It's again been a while since I've read them. Let me look real quick. It is labeled as a trilogy, but I feel like they yeah, that could be. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Crime thriller is a good way to put it. But I feel like they're more like you get characters that carry throughout, but I don't necessarily think they like end on a cliffhanger type of thing. Like I feel like maybe you could read them individually. Like I wouldn't read book number 2 without reading book 1, but I don't know. That's my take on it. Wait. Carly, really? Yeah. Yeah. The Outsider, If It Bleeds, and Holly. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Misery is a solid one. Yes. Holly. I like Holly as a character a lot. Misery is short, it's tense, but it is like body horror tense. So if you potentially like that type of thing, it's definitely worth the read. Do McKee for tension. Read it with us because that's a whole experience. I agree with this, but doesn't Mr. Mercedes come to an end? Like if you didn't want to, you could kind of conclude there. Yeah. Misery definitely has cringe moments on the body horror. Definitely, yeah. And like pain, knowing the character's in pain and you're feeling it with them, it definitely goes down that road. Trying to think. Yeah. 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 And I think also that because because this came after his car accident, right? Because he was severely injured in a hit and run, like almost didn't survive type of severely injured. And so I think he really put some of that into his writing. You could stop with Mr. Mercedes, I guess, but okay. So it does carry through more. Green Mile, I liked a lot. I do like that one a lot too. Peach and Vampire one. Is that Southern Book Club? Peach on the cover, you mean? Yes, read that one. But yes, Green Mile, I would say, is one of his that is not super. I mean, you've got a man on death row, and so there's the elements of death row in the story, but it's not quite the same. So I think Green Mile would be a good one. Wendy's Button Box is super fast and more like weirdness thought concept than really horror-y. Trying to think what else is short. If you like short stories, you could try picking up some of his short story collection and figure out maybe from there which stories you like, and then that would maybe direct more. Hello. We're kind of done sprinting, but we're just chatting Stephen King. And I'm realizing I'm really bad at recommending Stephen King to people. The Shining is a classic. I enjoyed it very much on reread. And there is a sequel to it, but there wasn't for so many years that you could you could definitely ignore the fact that there's a sequel, but I did enjoy it. I did enjoy the sequel also. Spider is still playing with the flying cut. Yeah, that vacuum might come in handy later. Glad you popped in. I'm very glad I don't have to go to work tomorrow. That's what I'm currently at. So the catch up is that Nat had 4 flies buzzing around her house, and then she realized she had spiders in her house, and the spiders and the flies got into a gang war, and we plotted a whole West Side Story version of it, and and eventually the spider won. So now she's letting the spider live long enough to enjoy its meal before she also kills it, because it took care of the flies for her. So it was it was a little bit of TV drama for us during these sprints. Nat was unhauling books and the spiders were unhauling flies. Sure. Just vacuumed it up. Can't expect me to wait all night. It got a couple sprints worth of fly eating in. So you were very generous. So chivalrous. Yeah, you can't let it live to, come attack you. Well, I will be working on a spider timer for one of our future sprints, and I will dedicate it to Nat. Beyond that, I don't know exactly. We'll have dinner in the vacuum. There you go. But I will be back at some point with more sprints, probably next month, being that next month is coming up really, really quick. Flies with files. Yes. I don't know how creative I am, but I'll see what Canva gives me to work up. They still live in the vacuum. I've wondered that sometimes. I suck up so many of those fruit flies, but I figure their wings are pretty fragile. I don't think they live a good life in there. Different seasons. Is that one of the ones that has like 4 novellas in it? If I'm remembering, wow. Or is that short stories? I can't remember exactly. Spiders versus flies with files timer. See, that'll be tough to say. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I'd recommend. I always forget which stories and which novellas are in which book. I can never keep it straight. But I think he does really well with the novella format. I think in general he does pretty well at knowing which books need to be full-length novels and which are good novellas and which are short stories. I think that I think it's probably to be up to Crawl Back Out. That's what I'm going to go. Okay, The Body in Shawshank. Yes, that's a good collection. That is a good collection. Tara, did you like the movie Secret Window? Read the short story, even though the movie and story are different. There you go. But maybe it's because of Johnny Depp. Well, you can picture Johnny Depp as you're reading the story. That's an option. Stephen King had the novella, The Langoliers. I think that's what it's called. It's the one where the people are on the plane and the world's getting eaten by these black things. I mostly can remember the movie version of it because like they copy almost word for word from the novella or the short story or whatever it is, but it's so bad. Like it's a B movie, but awesome B movie. And that one lives in my head still. And we always called the wind turbines the Langoliers. I don't know why, but at some point that became the thing we did. It's true. Secret window, secret garden, and it's in the book called Something Past Midnight. Yes, midnight, maybe. I don't know. I'm assuming I've seen this movie, but could not begin to tell you for sure. I don't know. Now I'm in the mood to read Stephen King, and I have none of him on my TBR. So I guess I need to fix that at some point. October. Maybe October will be my month of finishing up my Stephen King collection. Anyway, I will let you all go. I hope you all have a good evening and a good Monday tomorrow. I am hoping I can sleep in a little bit tomorrow and get in some good reading time before the rest. 4 past midnight. Yep. 4:15. Totally the same thing. Put the vacuum in a flies again. Of course. It's karma for vacuuming up your spider guardian. Threaten the fly. Tell them what happens to flies in your house. You're very welcome. Thank you for hanging out with me and making Sunday much more fun. And I will definitely be seeing you guys soon. I've got an ice cream vlog coming out Wednesday, and hopefully Saturday I'll have my TBR up. So that's all I've got currently in the plans, and then I need to actually read some more things out. Lured them out with a light. Good plan. Good plan. You are all very welcome. Kyelee would say goodbye, but she's sound asleep on the futon next to me. So I will take off. Have a good night.